Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to get started with our working group. My name is Mari Miura from the Sophia University. I'm a Faculty of Law professor. I will be moderating this working conference, and I'm a member of this conference. I'd like to first introduce the simultaneous interpretation channel. We do have two languages. Channel 1 is Japanese, Channel 2 English. And I'd like to introduce the panelists. But before that, probably their theme being explained is important. So this is expanding men's interest and involvement. So enhancing awareness and engagement of men. And first is the President of the Republic of Iceland, Mr. Guni Hohane-san. So we had a great, keynote speech. Thank you very much for this great presentation that we heard this morning. So the importance and the value of men's involvement in this topic has been reinforced. And we do have another person from outside of Japan, journalist and a TV anchor, Ms. Leila Sternberg. She's from Brazil. Thank you very much for being here. And another journalist here on this panel, outside the director of Sumitomo Mitsui Construction Co., Ms. Tamao Hosokawa. Yes, Ms. Tamao Hosokawa, a journalist and outside the director of Sumitomo Mitsui Construction Co. And then from NTT Communication, Mr. Kazuki Ide. And PwC Japan Group Representative Koichiro Kimura-san. Mr. Koichiro Kimura. And the mayor of Bunkyo Ward in Tokyo, Mr. Hirosuke Narisawa-san. What's really great about this WAW is that we do have many young generations, and we are to bring back the discussion to the main panel after this event. And this great role will be done by Mr. Yuzo Kumei, President of Kumei Juku. So 4:20 p.m. will be when the closing session will begin, and we will be reporting, or Mr. Kumei will be reporting back what kind of discussions have taken place here, and the integrated report will be shared in that closing session of the WAW. And would like to actually now hear the two videos.
Good morning. I'm Mary Brinton, Director of the Reischauer Institute of Japanese Studies at Harvard University and Reischauer Institute Professor of Sociology. In discussions of gender equality in every country, there is an emphasis on women gaining access to the same opportunities and resources as men. In other words, policies and reforms usually focus on making women's lives more similar to men's. This makes sense in many areas of life, including politics, health, and education. But how about employment? Here, a fact that is often overlooked is that the conditions of men's work lives make it very difficult for them to have a reasonable balance between paid work on the one hand and unpaid work and leisure time with family on the other hand. If men's lives continue to be highly work-oriented, and if gender equality policies continue to focus on how to make women's lives more similar to men's, it is likely that both men and women will have very little time to spend on family and caregiving. Is this the type of society we want in the 21st century? East Asian societies are a good example. Japan and South Korea have the largest proportion of employees working very long hours. It's not surprising then that men's contributions to housework and childcare in these societies is very limited. In these two countries, the proportion of women's total work time that is unpaid is 5 times what it is for men, and this is much greater than in all other OECD countries. Japan and other East Asian societies now have birth rates that are far below the average for the OECD. Increasing numbers of young men and women are rejecting family life by not marrying at all. These trends are much less common in the US, Northern Europe, and many Western European countries. In these societies, the average number of paid work hours is generally lower, and the proportion of men's work time spent on housework and childcare is much more equal to women's than in East Asian societies. Also, in Western countries that have paid childcare leave systems, the proportion of men who take leave is closer to the proportion of women who take leave than in Japan. The most gender equal societies are ones that have created policies based on the idea that men and women should have equal rights, not only to a meaningful and satisfying work life, but also to a meaningful and satisfying family life. It is time for governments and private firms to recognize that for societies to prosper in the 21st century, policies need to be more supportive of men's lives becoming more like women's rather than the reverse. Otherwise, I fear that the type of gender equality we achieve will be based on the idea that both men and women should work like men rather than trying to have more balanced lives. Thank you very much, and I wish you a wonderful conference and wonderful discussions.
はい。ブリントン所長から大変素晴らしいメッセージを
So great message came from the Brinton, the head of their institution. So it's not to bring women closer to how the situation is for the male. The true equality comes with when everyone can have a well-balanced life, and then to empower a woman. It's really important to have involvement of the men. But at the time. Currently, we see this trend of this topic mainly of a woman, and then men might not be considered this to be something that they need to have an ownership. So today's meeting of this room will be about enhancing awareness and engagement of women, and we do have this great panelists who will be able to bring in best practices and experiences and very unique perspectives. So gender equality is to be liberating everyone, including men and women, from the stereotyping, gender stereotyping, and then everyone needs to be able to manifest how they would like to live. Everyone would like to be leading their life free of any stigma or restrictions, but it's really difficult to get rid of any the stigma or the assumptions. And currently, a lot of males are considered to be breadwinners and expected to advance in their careers and earning. And it's very, very difficult for men to be giving more time of theirs for their houseworks. And then at the same time, the females are having trouble being able to going back to the workplace. And then Japan is represented as a country with a very, very limited involvement of men because of their long hours engaged in work. But we do have this very, very rare practice that this panelist is presenting, and then the mindset change, culture change are the inevitable in changing the current situations, and at the same time, the policy and the process and the procedures needs to be changed. UNESCO has been evaluating us, Japan, to be having the great childcare leave. So we do have this system enabling both men and women to be able to take a long child leave, but because of this psychological barrier, people hesitate to take advantage of the system in this country, and we are making legal changes so that the leadership needs to be, or the management needs to be confirming their subordinates' willingness of taking leave. And we are actually seeing a dramatic increase of the male taking the childcare leave. So if we change the system, people's mindset changes and people's behaviors changes. So we need to be really focusing on how collectively we can change the tide and how we can accelerate the good cycle. So I hope that this 90 minutes is going to be a very constructive and active interactions, exchanging ideas and perspectives. And I would like to start off with 5 minutes each presentation. It'd be really great if the President of the Republic of Iceland, Mr. Johannesson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is an honor for me as the President of Iceland to be invited to take part in this important conference, the World Assembly for Women. And I take it as a signal that in the outside world, people have noticed that in my home country, we have made great advances when it comes to gender equality and the engagement of men. When I was elected president in 2016, I had the honor of becoming a he for she champion, and I hadn't realized that, but that was something I truly cherished, because I believe that the Icelandic example, while there is still many things we can do so much better, and while there are many things that need to be addressed in Iceland, domestic violence, sexual abuse, which is a factor where women are primarily hurt, is something that we need to tackle. But let's, at the same time, be proud of what we have achieved. Now, I have no simple formula, no magic solution that you can move from Iceland and simply import in other countries. It doesn't work like that. But what I feel we can contribute is to look into why we have moved in the right direction, what measures we have taken, and how society has changed. At the risk of oversimplifying, I think I can mention two laws or two fundamental changes in our legal structure that have facilitated increased gender equality. First, parental leave. Today, well, in a simple version, parents, a mother and a father, can take 12 months paid parental leave, and you can only divide it equally. The mother cannot take the whole 12 months. It doesn't work like that. And the general feeling in Iceland is that this is a right that you basically should enjoy and use, both fathers and mothers. And this means that when you're blessed with a child, it should not and does not, in the largest majority of cases, affect your working career. And furthermore, it enhances the notion that family responsibilities, household responsibilities, are to be shared. If one partner, or if everything needs to be done by one partner in a household, then that partner is at a disadvantage in the workplace. So this is one aspect where we have done well. The other one is the legal structure surrounding equality in the workplace. We want to make absolutely sure that gender cannot be used as a discriminatory factor in the workplace. So when you have that basic foundation, equal attitudes in the home and equal attitudes in the workplace, then you have built a structure for progress. Finally, I would like to mention that it is also a mindset. I believe that in Iceland, we are moving away from a notion of the so-called strong man as somebody who stays away from child rearing, who takes all the decision himself, who is leading all the time. A strong man is not a bully. A strong man is not selfish. A strong man is considerate. A strong man wants to take care of his family in cooperation with others. A strong man does not think only of himself. So the legal structure, parental pay, equal pay, and changing a mindset, these are the ways forward in Iceland, I believe. Thank you.
はい、素晴らしいお話ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for great sharing. Thank you very much.
アイスランドはジェンダーギャップ指数1位ということで。
So the gender gap, index is actually number 1 at Iceland. So we have a lot to learn from the nation. And if you implement an actual system, it gives the opportunity for people to change. And this, the nature of the masculinity needs to change. The stereotyping needs to be rewritten. And it's really, really inspiring that you have been very vocal and you have been very clear that the mindset needs to be changing in that way. And then next is the Bunkyo Board Mayor, Mr. Narisawa. Yeah, so 12 years ago or 13 years ago, it was 2010. I had my son, and I actually took a child care leave. And back then, 10 years ago, it was unheard of, Japanese politician taking, or the mayor taking leave. And then I got this really peculiar letter. This person was dubbed as Mother of Japan. And this person said that the man needs to be earning money outside of the house, and the female needs to be taking care of everything in the house. And you're weak, and you're like you're girly or you're womanly. I thought that this was the compliment, but I guess this person actually meant it in a negative way. But I think things are changing. If you go to a kindergarten nowadays, and we're actually we have a lot of the guys having a kids in the front, hugging them in front, and rather than having them on their shoulders. And we see more of them. And then I had my wife hospitalized this year, and I actually cooked lunch boxes and I actually put on my social media, and I got a lot of likes. And then I think it's a lot of likes coming from this notion that everyone thinks that lunch cooking is the mother's job. So I think we need to change. That these are symbolizing that we still have a lot of room to change. If you see the left on that sign, that this is the percentage of the people taking childcare leave, and the pink is the women and the blue is men. And with the legal change, the percentage of the male is increasing, but this is not 81%. The majority of the male are full-time employees right now in the society, but a lot of women in this nation are not necessarily full-time. If you see the right and assigned, those people, only 28.3% are using the full-time employee given childcare leave. So a lot of women actually leave their office workplaces. It's 80% So why, actually people, mother or male, female leaves, when they get married, when they give birth, thinking of because the system is not really acknowledging that there are all these lifestyle changes that women need to go through, and with that, the working style needs to change. So unless we change the HR system, we're not going to be changing the percentage or the how it is right now. And the male are expected to work in this masculine way, and then if you are working in a full-time, if you continue to work as a full-time employee, you are expected to work in a masculine way or a man way, and then so a female needs to drop out, and then hence that it creates the salary gap. And then if you go to the next page. This is M-shaped curve and L-shaped curve provided by Ministry of Health. The M-shape is actually getting less and less. This is a percentage of people female working, and the L-shape is giving the percentage of the full-time employee. And when the elementary school life starts, the kids wake up and they actually are given. So 7 o'clock is when they have breakfast, and 2 o'clock is when they get snack from the after school the facility, and at 6 p.m. is when they get fed the dinner lunchbox at the same facility, and this kids come home at 9 and they sleep at 11 p.m. And so you see that the parents and the children are having a very limited time to spend it together. So we think that we need to change what companies expect, how companies expect the employees to work. Right. So 11 years ago, you were the very first mayor who took childcare, and then you were described as a female like, and then you thought that it was the biggest compliment. And I think you do that actually signifies that you truly have this very neutral way of looking at. So we really need to have a mindset change in both male and female. And you're actually pointing out that that there's fantasy in looking at the high percentage of number of the childcare leave being taken by the women be not really representative of how it should be. Thank you very much for your presentation.
So I'd like to invite Mr. Ide, the Section Chief of NTT Docomo. Microphone, please. I'm sorry. And so I'm married, and I have 2 kids, 6-year-olds and 4-year-olds, a double income family. And so we both work long hours, and we are the hardworking double income family. And so there is a TV program, and there is a detective story, and the accident is already taking place is in the field, not in the meeting room. That is what explains my situation. So I'm very busy with the housework and work at the office, and so the time is a very cherished asset and disposable time. So the solution is to create a free time, and also the second is controlling how to spend free time. So how to make time is determine what needs not to be done, for instance. And so myself, I look at the productivity, and the work the productivity is low, or the thing that doesn't require consideration is get rid of. Like we do have a dishwasher, and also some of the machine could support our housework, and also we can shop online. That would also reduce the time we spend. And so the purpose and the mean needs to be reasonable. And so we try to create free time by improving other works. And also there are
some opinions that we could create some more free time in terms of the workplace, like administrative procedure. Digitization could help. A certificate for the work needs to be submitted to get the upper school spot for our kids. And this is the template. There's many processes that we have to go through, like submit application to company and this and that. So it takes up a lot of time. So those administrative procedures, those unnecessary procedures could be digitized rather than us actually going to many places. I think that will benefit not just us, but also the government. And also the child raising needs to improve, like preparing the things that our kids need to take to the preschool. We need to understand the role of each company, each school, and also needs to pay attention to all the friends our kids will meet at the preschool. There is no specific reason, but there is a strong cultural aspect that they have to be in line with other kids and they need to obey by the unspoken rules. So we need to offer different opportunities, and so that the culture and environment will be more convenient for everyone. And also the ways to create time. And also another aspect is how to control the time that we have. And so we have to define the tasks, and which only can done by a certain people or they're only done within this time bracket. So that type of work, less is better. So we have to be actively involved in housework. But the first, workplace. The Docomo introduced a flexible time work style and also the remote work style. And I do like those systems. And so the time I spend for commuting to office can be utilized for the childcare or the housework. I can start preparing dinner and by using the time I used to spend for commuting. And of course, if it's more productive, I sometimes go to office, but the company needs to prepare the system and also the environment and culture for us to work flexibly. And rather than us, we need to be able to proactively do the housework. But I took the childcare leave and I trained myself to do the work better. So now I comfortably do the housework. So there's no gender role within my family. Like man has to do this or the women has to do this. So the culture and system both needs to be addressed. And so the government and the local government and office can set up a system. And there is the convenient rules available in Fukuoka City where I live. But the culture is made by the people who live there. The community is the one. Like remote working or the childcare leave for men. Even if we have a good system, unless that is actually used by men, it will not be relevant to everyone. So meaning that we need to change our behavior and we have to take the ownership. I think that will be the key to finding a solution. That's all from the field. So that's all for me.
Thank
you very much. It was a vivid, the sharing of what's happening in the field. And I guess, your every day is a really, really busy, and then you're both, contributing greatly to the work advancement and also the housework. And then how you effectively reduced the unnecessary burden was what you effectively communicated. So we've been talking about, needing to reduce the work hours. But, we do have this unnecessary practices that have been there forever, but we do really need to tackle cutting down any unnecessary things. Okay, so now we'd like to go to Ms. Leila Sternberg.
Japanese, oops, sorry. Okay. I was saying, こんにちは。はじめまして。ありがとうございます。I'm learning Japanese, but, not making much progress yet still. Well, the ultimate good practice of men's active involvement in gender equality efforts would be, in my opinion, not to have to remind them of those practices. Not having to tell a husband that he can and should pick up children at school, go to the supermarket and cook dinner, not having to remind men they can and should share with women the daily tasks. And it begins at home. my ex-husband, for instance, cooked better than me and took our daughter to medical appointments. What a blessing. But normally I was the one who had to make the appointments. Also check if she needed a new pair of shoes or new underwear. Another example, my brother and I have aging parents. He lives in São Paulo, my parents and I in Rio. Guess who almost daily checks up on mommy and daddy? And guess who visits our folks in hospital, which fortunately does not happen very often? Of course, it's me, the daughter. At least when our parents have a medical bill, which is not covered by their health insurance, my brother, who is the CEO of a huge Brazilian company, signs the check. I am lucky in that respect. Men must care. But how do they care if they have not been taught to? How do they care if their fathers did not? That's why we need changes in our culture and public policies. Let's begin with the workplace. Not only male bosses should see women as equally capable as men, but they have to understand that sometimes we will have to leave the office earlier because our kid or one of our parents needs us for medical reasons. Ultimately, male bosses will have to understand that a male employee will have to leave earlier for the same reason, and it's not happening yet. That should not be seen as a sign of weakness, but as part of life. That includes longer and more flexible paternity leaves. In Brazil, we have a 6-month maternity leave. The paternity leave lasts from 5 to 20 days only. Of course, we do the breastfeeding, but I am sure the father can be very helpful at home if he is able to do that, like in Iceland. I have 2 daughters, and I certainly know what I am talking about. In a very interesting recent article written for The Economist magazine, the Japanese former Minister for Gender Equality, Mori Masako, relates the decline in birth in Japan and gender equality. Why don't Japanese families have more children? You know better than I. Putting it very simply, because it's difficult to be a professional mother. I don't know the Japanese reality in depth. But what I can tell you is that almost half the households in Brazil are now led by women. And about 5% of our households are led by single mothers. Most of them are poor Black women. How do we change a culture in which the man very often does not see himself actually responsible for a family? A culture in which women are still seen as objects. And that is unfortunately true in many Latin American countries. That's why good practices begin with a changing culture and compliance to a set of rules, zero tolerance to sexual harassment in the workplace and academic environments, of course, to begin with, and naturally law enforcement to avoid and punish domestic violence. That's very important. We need public policies. This goes without saying, and we need public policies having in mind children and senior citizens who tend to be women's responsibility, not men's. We need childcare, we need homes for our aging population, we need functional healthcare too. What if my brother could not afford our mother's bills when she needed surgery, for instance? For poor families, meaning for poor women, things can be much worse. Public policies should also focus on enhancing the share of women in leading positions and improving our salaries. I am aware Japan is doing its homework. The Act for the Promotion of Women's Advancement in the Workplace has pushed companies to disclose information about gender, and as a result, the number of female workers has increased. And worldwide, such initiatives should be part of a bigger effort to break down gender stereotypes. Women making more money than their partners, for instance, should be normalized. And this is an example of the cultural change we need to achieve such goal. The effort should begin with our kids. Why can't girls and boys learn how to cook, for instance? It does not happen in most Brazilian schools. How are we going to transform all that? In order to change the law when necessary, or to enforce it, to improve corporate practices and school curricula, in order to have men seeing women as human beings, not as things. We need a change in the mindset. At the end of the day, one of the key elements we need is more empathy. If men put themselves in women's shoes, it will be easier to implement the change that is still necessary in so many countries. And if accomplished women try to understand what other women go through, meaning those who suffer domestic violence, those who raised their families by themselves, as those who are most vulnerable, such as Black women in my country, it will be easier to create the collective awareness we all need. If we want to break down gender stereotypes, we have to begin with our hearts and minds.
Thank you very much for your sharing. So, you've actually, connected your talk with the Japanese situation. So, for the to really tackle this, aging society, we do need to have women to be advancing in a society. So, the Japanese government is, doing a lot to bring women in labor forces. But I guess, we do have a lot. So, zero tolerance is another thing that that's really important. That was, what you emphasized, and I would like to come back to that. So, how can male cultivate the skill set to take care of the children? So educating, getting this learning is really important. And I'd like to actually pass on to the Kumei-san what's happening in terms of the educating a male.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this opportunity. As it was introduced, since the second year of high school, I started with the Kumei School and targeting the elementary school and junior high school. And so I'm teaching them and how to be independent and how they should pay attention to the housework and so on. I am still learning at the Keio University, so I'm one of the young ones in this room. So from that capacity, I'd like to talk about what can we do. So, and how men can more actively engage in the gender equality. So, housework, well, engaging in housework, that should be done by all the family members within the family setting. What I mean by that is that I myself, in my family, well, I was raised in a family where everyone engaged in the housework. Of course, my mother did a lot of housework, but my father as well. Like before I get up, and he goes to school, and he came back after we went to sleep. But he was working very long hours, but also he pays also a lot of attention to the housework, and he is also engaged in housework. So I was also told to support all these houseworks rather than studies since I was a child. And so the fathers are not engaged in housework, and the mother is the only one who's doing housework. That was not the place I was raised, and that was very important. When you talk about the gender issues, the men should be like this, or the women should do like this. Well, people often talk about that. So when the gender equality is perfectly achieved, there's no division between men and women. So as long as we divide men and women, I don't think that situation where what I experienced growing up will not happen. So the housework is something that should be done by everyone. So at Kumei School, well, I conduct a survey against the children who comes to my school. So who does the housework at your home? And most of the kids answered mother. So there is the stereotype thinking of the who should do the housework. If that is to remain in the house, and then all the children will to learn from them, and then they will have this stereotype of mother should be the ones to do the housework. So we need to change that mindset. So how we can make it possible to have all the children to have this understanding of household work should be shared by everyone. I think there should be a two-step approach. So first, you need to involve your partner in doing housework, and another one is to involve your children in this effort. So first of all, well, it maybe starts out with supporting those who are not used to doing housework. But once they do that, and you should not criticize the result, but should say thank you and with a smile. And also between men and women, mother and father, and you have to clearly request your partners to do certain housework. Otherwise, the counterpart will not be understand. And that's the partner involvement. And also the same applies to the involvement of the children. And when the children engage in housework, do not criticize and just say thank you. And also not give instruction, but enjoy having conversation with your child and then teach them how to do the housework better. So if you do that every day, and so the change in terms of the gender equality will happen from the each household here in Japan. And those children growing up with this sense of gender equality will be the foundation to establish gender equality in the society. And so you may have understanding that the household work should be done by mother and father, but that's not alone. The children should be the major contributor. And I thought so when I'm growing up. So mother and father, because they're working long hours and sometimes they go out and drink. And I have two siblings. And then we talk to each other, and then I will do the washing, and then I will do the hang of the laundry. So we ourselves decided and the roles and responsibility. And so if there's two kids, and then it's double the capability of doing the housework if you have three, and then more. So housework should not be only done by the parents, and the children should also support. And that will make you feel more comfortable sharing the burden of the housework. Thank you. And thank you. That was a very encouraging remarks. And so I can understand how your family is now operating. And so you started your work and you are still in high school, and communicating what your experience with a wider audience is quite good. And Mr. Narisawa, the mayor of Bunkyo Ward, is also engaged in a lot of housework and preparing the lunchbox and so on. My case, 50-50. My husband prepared the lunchbox for my kids. And so my children is mixed up with the papa and mama. So pama is the words my children use. My friends is also said like their children refers to them as a pama. So there is no difference between papa and mama. And so the pama should be the words to be used to address both parents. Thank you.
So next, I'd like to introduce the journalist and outsider director Sumitomo Mitsui Construction Co. of an outsider director. Outsider director of Sumitomo Mitsui. So this is Ms. Tamao Sokawa. Well, in my family, there's this mom and dad, and then we do have a little bit of a complaint about and then I've been a freelance and a journalist since I was in the 20s, and I've been outside director of several companies, and then I do have a 18 years old son right now. And then even before that, the kid was born, my father needed care. And then when my son grew to be older, I needed to start in the caring for my mother, given the elderly the nursing care. And then now the nursing care has been settling, so I am actually taking a PhD, and I am a student right now, as well as being an outside director and a journalist. And everyone's been talking about how precious time is, and how we need to be conscious, creating time. And I've been struggling finding time for myself, and then now finally I have come to be able to invest my time myself. I'm already a 50-something, and maybe you might question me, why do I need to take a degree? But I'd like to actually tell everyone who's struggling to find time for themselves that time will come. You'll be able to invest your time in sometime in the future. And I'm a journalist, but my field is politics. So do you see a lot of problems to be solved in the field that I'm really focusing on? And my way of working freelance was actually a really difficult way to balance everything. You might think that the freelancers always have freedom in how to allocate time, but we don't have any like a system to take care of our child given a period or childcare period. I needed to go back to my work 1 month after giving birth, and I needed to compensate myself for everything that I needed to cater without having this institutional system. But I guess freelance work is quite a rare way of working, and when I see enterprises, I think it's really great that enterprises and give their employees this great benefits and social benefit and the company benefit. And we do see have these stats. The 2.4% is the 1.9% is and the board director is having only me being a woman on the board, and then the percentage of the leadership, the women is only 2.9%. So we need to really promote this gender equality in Sumitomo Mitsui Constructions, and I'd like to bring this back later on. I'd like to talk about inhibiting factors to bring in men's interest and involvement in this topic. I think this is quite a common thing. When we talk in the context of a female coming more in the main field, male tend to think that female are getting too much attention and it has been giving her too much advantage, and the female thinks that that is overwhelming. And to both male and female has been hesitant being on board of these promotions, and so it's really important that you actually create a platform where both male and female would be exercising their sympathy towards each other and be able to walk hand in hand. And what will be critical is to really have communication among the parties, and it starts with defining. We might have this stereotyping of how the main players of the workforce be. It used to be conventional masculine women, but we need to be changing that, and I think that comes with the more diverse the parties talking equally and more often. Thank you very much, Hosoka-san, for bringing in your own experiences. When you're a freelancer or independent business owners, you don't get this in the system benefit. And that's not a rare thing. We do have a lot of non-full-time employees among female. So if you're not blanketed with the enterprise institutional benefit, how can you be and then I see this harsh reality of the construction industry of a very limited percentage of women currently in the leadership percentage. Thank you for sharing the stats as well.
So now I'd like to invite Mr. Kimura Koichi from the PwC Japan Group. So thank you for this opportunity, and listen to you all, especially from the male participants. They are quite exceptional and great. So I don't want to talk about myself. So from the viewpoint of my company, PwC, I would like to talk about the initiative promoted by the PwC Japan Group. So PwC Japan is an auditing firm and a consulting firm. We do have those companies under our holding structure. So when it comes to auditing, and we have CPA, and so very strict work, you may imagine. And so when it comes to consultants, you may think this is somewhat more extravagant. And so audit is a core business, and that's a driver business. But recently, consulting part of our business is growing. And so strictness is to be pursued, one side, and another one is more of the extravagant. So those two parts are combining together to grow together. So this is one of the challenges we face. So engaging something different and delivering results. Diversity and inclusion is the somewhat summarize what we try to do. So the importance of a D&I is going very large. And so when it comes to diversity inclusion, and the women is secure the large part of the subject in terms of the size. And so global chairman is a he for she, UN Women's Initiative, he for she, like President Johansson is a leader of he for she, and our global chairman is also served as a global leader, being part of this initiative. And I do wear this he for she badge today. So 2014, this he for she, so he for she instead of she. So this kind of initiative was also being promoted here in Japan. So unconscious bias, well, the training regarding the unconscious bias was organized, and organizing the place to have a dialogue or conversation. And we have done that. And my peer in my generation often say that I don't have time for this. So, well, there is a thing called unconscious bias, and that's, you may not see it, but it is there. So that's the trigger point. So this is just a conceptual things, if we only have this kind of a discussion. So it's difficult to go beyond CSR framework. So we decided to do something that's more tangible. And so promoting the male workers to take a childcare leave. So we started this initiative from 2019. So for the initial year, we were announcing quite largely, but only the 20% was taking the childcare leave. So that was not effective. So when the men worker have a child, and then we encourage them to take a childcare leave, but they worry that they are leaving the workplace for weeks. So that is the typical answer we get from the male workers. So just talking to those involved may not work. So we decided to work on the people surrounding them. And so the changing of the work assignment and changing of the environment is something that we work on. So the second year, this acquisition rate increased to 60%. But the third year, 2021, well, it remained the same. It did not grow any further than 60%. And we asked around about the reason. So the men taking the childcare leave, well, they have anxiety when they return to workplace because they're leaving the workplace for weeks. When they come back to the workplace, and they cannot spend time like they used to, and they worry about that, and they also worry about their career path. And so we do have a male champion, but there's no role model. So the female worker poses the role model. So they teach what they have in mind. So as a company, like we need to have initiatives to cover the factors like a mindset. So we need to have a support from the people around, and that's what we have doing. So fortunately, this ratio went up to 74% this year, 8 weeks. So the remaining 26%, we need to address this. So we want to be more active in promoting men to take a childcare leave. And so how men feel and how the people around them perceive, there's a lot of unconscious bias. And so we need to overcome one by one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for providing us, the complete numbers, and then it was a really interesting perspective from the corporate. The 60% was this, the stale point and then threshold, and then the role model being the female was really interesting. So male dominating a workplace, and the woman comes in, and it was really difficult to find a role model which would be good for them. But now the male who are taking a childcare leave didn't have male role models, so the female is now the role model of a male. So that's actually another example of a male and a female working hand in hand, really encouraging both sides to be a more active role of this advancement. So here onwards will be a cross-interactive dialogue. So the first topic I'd like to bring on is, I think Ide-san's already talked about this is a system and a culture. So we need to both tackle the transformation of the system, corporate system, and also the culture. And I'd like to bring people's attention to culture. So involvement and of the men is important, is a notion that even though Japan is having more and more, but how can we bring ownership to male mind is really, really challenging. And this morning's keynote speech, the president also said that it's a very beneficial for the society, not just the individual enterprises. And we need to have this common notion that there's equality, gender equality is going to benefit greatly to the whole society. And then we do have this the way of thinking that that everyone might be agree with the concept, but the actual the practices people disagree with. And there was this talk about the emotional anxiety that a male can be experiencing. They might think that even if it's possible that it might act disadvantageous to me, or male might think that the talking so much about what to do with the female positioning might be a discrimination against the male. So this question to everybody: how do you think you can convince male? You probably, if you're male, you probably experienced the mindset change. There was this turning point where your paradigm or mindset changed, and then if you're to bring that kind of timing opportunities for other male, what do you think is really important? How can we trigger the paradigm shift or mindset change? So can you actually start off, President?
Yes, again, I wish I had the simple solution that fits everyone and you can just implement here and now. But if I were to mention a few points, it might be that we can look at role models. And when the younger generation has a role model, just like I mentioned in my speech earlier today, when the question was asked in Iceland, can a woman be president? It would be utterly ridiculous to ask that question in Iceland today. Or can a woman be prime minister? Can a woman be head of a company? Can a woman be this and that? Yes, of course. That we have gone beyond that. And therefore, I think, and that is the reason for optimism, that once you have started the movement, it is, in my optimistic frame of mind, difficult to turn back because people realize the advantages. And men should not worry that if women are given the obvious right to participate at an equal playing field in the economy, that is not going to hurt them. We're just going to expand the economy. We're just going to expand opportunities. So if we have role models and success stories, then it is easier to convince those who might have some reasons or who might be suspicious. So role models, I'm not going to point at myself in any way, but he-for-she champion, for instance, other he-for-she champions around the world are good role models. influential men in the public sphere who are willing to work for gender equality, just not only through action, like taking part in campaigns, but also just by being a good role model to themselves. I think this is something that we can definitely look at.
はい、ありがとうございます。ロールモデル
Thank you very much. So, creating role models, and then there are a lot of role models inside and outside of your country, and I know it's really great, that that we are very blessed that you are here as a great role model that we can always look up to, and then I think that the market, the potential, the opportunities, and the pie increasing is a really great perspective. By female participating, the economy grows, and all these kinds of opportunities really grow for everybody. So, is what everyone just come to understand. Thank you very much for providing a great perspectives. And so the importance of a role model was mentioned here. But Ide-san, you are the the role model in the field, and you are probably giving a lot of influence to surrounding people. How would you say? As a role model? Well, I took childcare leave for 6 months, and the background of my taking it was because we struggled taking balance of everything. My wife wanted to go back to her work, and but she couldn't, and then my boss actually proposed. And then I was actually a completely old style. I had no concept. I was always thinking that that male needs to really focus on work, and then I'm going to be putting a lot of a burden to my colleagues, and if I take a childcare leave. And I was thinking that this is nothing to do with me, but because my wife was struggling, and I needed to really consider this option, and I continued conversation with my boss, and I ended up taking this. But then looking back retrospectively, I'm actually now thinking that I think this is a common notion among everybody, both male and female. There's worry, concerns of you not being able to earn enough, or you not being able to advance in a career can stop you taking a childcare leave. So I think we need to create an environment where people do not need to worry about that. And I think there are two aspects which would be really great to be incorporated. How can we integrate the work and housework? And I enjoy my work more after taking a childcare leave. I have this ownership in housework, and then doing housework is a great training camp to prioritize things, to really streamline your workflow, and then we're in a really under great time of pressure while my juggling housework, and then reskilling, and you can actually bring the skill set that you cultivated in housework and the childcare back into your work, and you're going to be able to perform better by having this. And then bunny trap, do you know the notion of bunny trap? So this is the about female, so they need to prioritize family over their work, and then this is a female needing to give up their career advancement. And then when the male thinks that might be the case for themselves, they might hesitate taking childcare leave, and that's a really common thing, or that's easy to imagine. So we need to consider the childcare leave to be an opportunity for us to reskill ourselves, and we need to create the environment where people will be evaluated fairly for them getting this extra experiences. I think it's really I think we need to create an environment where people in their 50s can start their career from scratch, because we're living in this world where people can be living as long as 100 years, and then when we will be able to take that the kind of approaches, we'll be able to have everyone thinking that maybe it's okay to take 1 year or 2 years to take childcare leave. And okay, so thank you, Ide-san. It's really inspirational. You weren't really the forward about childcare leave at the beginning, but that you really went through a paradigm shift. You were faced with a serious difficulty, and you really needed to take a step forward without knowing how the benefits going to be. And it's really great being able to hear that you enjoy your work better because you took the childcare leave. And if this notion of you taking childcare leave is going to enrich your life and enrich your work life, that's really really encouraging. And then bunny track, the childcare leave is not disadvantage for you. It's the paradigm shift that we need to actually cultivate in the society.
And so, Kumei-san, and so in terms of the role model, your parents are being role model to you, and also you are trying to be a role model to the younger generation. Have you ever heard? And 10 years ago, the trading house president, and so the men workers who bring the lunchbox to the office is 2 weeks to become the leaders. But you are exercising that. So what do you think about the role model? So role model, and it's like something that you can look after, and that is also good. But and having ownership among the men is also important. So showing the example of how they can put that into practice is also important. So having men actually try it is also important. Like when I talk with the university friends, and so I can sense that they are trying to nurture their mindset towards equal gender. And so what are you going to do after you get married? And what the family life is going to do? To me, so the sharing of the housework among the man and wife is a natural thing. So we started to talk about that. So that, if I started to sense that my friend is started to nurture that kind of awareness, that is good. But put that into practice is also tough. So Ide-san is a very good example, I think. So not just the awareness, but Ide-san is actually practicing it, and that's something that we should be sharing with the younger generation. And that will make it possible for everyone to do that in their household. And so teaching men an exact action they could take will help them, because some of the men do have awareness or understand it, but they don't know just how. So facilitate them to take a first step, and that will help them. And so that will help them to try it, and then when their work is appreciated, and they can really feel that the contribution that the people are making, and that will truly change their awareness. And so actively they can change their behaviors to achieve more gender equal society. Thank you very much. And so the younger generation and gender equality is a norm to the younger generation. So changing their mindset is going to be quite good. Quick. So gender equality is a norm for them, but they don't know exactly what needs to be happen in concrete manner. So showing the concrete example from our younger generation is also helpful. So I'd like to move on to the next one. In order to change the mindset, so we need to facilitate concrete action, but that requires systems. Mr. Narisawa is first a penguin, and so you are trailblazer in this area. So you have taken this childcare leave, but also you are the head of the local municipality, so you contributed to change the scheme or the structure in your ward. So could you tell us a little bit about the concrete system that you introduced? Yes. So when it comes to childcare leave, up until 2 years, it covers only the child to attain 2 years old. So it is the very first step when it comes to child raising. But the child rearing is very long, and as long as the child gets to 18 years of age. So it is a long journey. So how we can support that's the long journey of child rearing. And so when you think about the central government support, the focus is on parents, supporting parents. And so assuming that the parents work long hours. And so men and women, and they assume that they will work long hours, and then if they take on the housework, and then they may suffer from the mental or the physical difficulties, and the children raising and growing in that kind of environment may also suffer from the stress. And so the interval for the working hours is one of the systems we introduced, and also this is some kind of a stimulating. But 3 years old kid, or until they enter into the elementary school, or ideally until the end of sixth grade, then we need to regulate the total working hours. And also limiting the child care support hours. Those need to happen concurrently. I believe those two are important. Under the WAW scheme, and outsourcing of the household work was heavily discussed early on. So without addressing the long working hours, if we encourage outsourcing of the housework, it only expands the time that the child not spending time with their parents. So support time and also the long hour work, and those two needs to be regulated. I think that should be the approach should be taken by the central government. Thank you. And so there are many different systems, but they has to be combined as a set. So importance of combining both sides. And so when it comes to working hours, the labor law should be applicable, and the preschool or the support side also needs to be considered concurrently. So both sides needs to be addressed. Thank you very much. Are there any particular things that the Bunkyo work could do? Well, economic support. Well, there are many things being mentioned, and the prices are going up due to the COVID and so on, as I said at the very beginning. And not just supporting a focus on when the child at a younger age. And most of the support scheme ends when child become the junior high school student. So we need to extend that period of support up until the child finishes high school years. So benefit payment is mostly done by the local municipality. So the local municipalities' measures and the central government measures should be aligned to be more effective. Yes, thank you. And so effective system. Well, representative of companies, Mr. Hosokawa, could you share some of the examples? Well, the good practice in terms of the system, well, there's nothing special in our company, but we do have a branch offices nationwide. It depends on the thinking of the head of the branch office and how flexible the organization is, or how supportive the career of the women are being enhanced. And so department leader, or the mindset of the leader of the department or the branch office is also important. And so D&I promotion committee headed by the leader of the section is formed, and the team leader are a member of this committee. And so regular reporting of the team activities are now being done. So by having this kind of mandatory committee operation, and we make it possible for them to take action. And so if this becomes a common sense, I think that we can start to see changes. Because the Japanese people are quite diligent in nature, so once they determine to do, they will deliver it, they honor it. But in principle, they should be come from themselves, so it shouldn't be forced or shouldn't be mandatory, and it should be up to the individual to decide. But they pay more attention to their colleagues and have hesitance to take on decision on themselves. So a certain level of a mandatory aspect is needed to be introduced in the system when you think about the nature of the Japanese people. And another one is that I may have a lot of opponent if I say this, but the Japanese cultural issues and drinking, eating, and playing golf. And so I've been playing golf since I'm young, but 15 years when I was raising kids, I wasn't able to play golf. So those drinking, eating, golf, playing golf are considered as the entertainment, essential part of the business operation. If that stays, and that will not be good for women or securing the gender equality. So it is okay to eat and drink with your colleagues or business partners or play golf with your business partners, but it should be separated. It shouldn't be an essential part of your business operations. Thank you. And so changing the mindset, well, the corporate governance is important to change the mindset. Diversity, inclusion is the very key factor for the most of the company nowadays, but corporate governance has to be in the main pillar and have a mandatory aspect to it. It makes it more effective. So drinking, eating, and playing golf, yes, that is an essential part. In the political world, that is the central part of the men's world. This is the social key, and the information sharing and the key decision making are taking place at the drinking, eating, or the golf course, and women are often excluded from that. So that should be changed as well. So I'd like to move on to the next topic. Kimura-san, unconscious bias training. And so you have conducted that training in-house, and Leira-san also said, and so the violence against women and harassment, you talked about the zero tolerance, and so I think that is important for the gender equality. You mentioned that as well. And also President Yohane-san, and Iceland is #1 in terms of the gender gap, but this particular area, meaning that violence against women, well, there is still room for improvement. You have pointed out that several times. And so when it comes to the workplace, unconscious bias, if you have this kind of training, and the reaction from the men is that there's no such thing as unconscious bias with regards to me. And so also the bashing, those who voice the harassment is sometimes happening. So how our society can change this kind of working. So the role of men and what kind of expectation we have for women. So maybe I will ask Kimura-san to start. Thank you. So when it comes to cooperation, diversity, and how to enhance or engage diversity will be the key. So we cannot win just focusing on homogeneity. And so ESG is a topic that we've been mentioned every day. S stands for social. And so the society is made up of men and women, 50-50. So we need to respond to the expectation of society. Otherwise, businesses do not have a future. That's what it means. So diversity and how we include diversity should be the key point for our business. So this is becoming apparent. So diversify talent, how we can capture them, and then deliver results. And that is the area of most of the companies do have interest in.
And then we actually hired 1,900 people into our organization, and then 30% was fresh out of a graduate, and then 70% was mid-career. And the mid-career hiring, used to be okay, so mid-career people were seen by the existing employees like with a skeptical look, like, okay, you have come from this background, how much can you do? And then the people are like, judging each other, and then it's actually not really feeding a very productive health growth to the organization. We need to be welcoming outside people, and the existing employees needs to be really buying in in maximizing the growth and thriving of the people who come halfway. So, and then we've actually changed the cultures, and we've been growing as a company with a two-digit growth, and it might be coming from this, the mindset change, transformation that we successfully bring in. So we need to be really including and enrolling everybody. So true inclusivity is really important. And then, we've actually collectively experienced the benefit of this inclusion, true inclusion. An HR evaluation system too, what kind of a perspectives needs to be incorporated. We do actually conduct an employee survey and engagement, people engagement limited organization. You see that it's correlated with the performance of the organization, and then maybe we can have KPI of the leadership or leaders management to be responsible for the engagement of the including. So the inclusion is a true determining factor for the success and the growth of the organization. So all these minorities and the females or the mid-career people who are always considered to be strangers or outsiders, being seen with harsh eyes, you actually realized that was the origin or the beginning of all these people, all these things, and inhibiting the inclusivity. Thank you very much for bringing out a specific example. So, Leia-san, can you actually bring on your example, please?
I'm very lucky because I work for a company where women, I wouldn't say we have the spotlight, but my direct manager is a woman. When I first joined Global News 20 years ago, the director of the channel was a woman, and most of our anchors and on-air reporters happen to be women too. So there is this understanding of women's necessities, and there is no prejudice against the professional growth of a woman, right? That's why I'm here and not a man, I could say. But interestingly, I saw things change since the beginning of my career. It happened once. I was working in Brasilia, our capital, and I wanted to move to Rio, where I'm originally from, because I was into a relationship with someone in Rio and it was important for me, etc. And I talked to the director of the Brasilia branch, and he said, okay, you know what? You should talk to the journalism director, someone who was superior to him. But go in the morning before he has lunch, and don't forget to wear miniskirts, because that's very important. And that would never, ever happen now. So I think it's a change. It's a huge change. And nowadays we have compliance trainings very, very often. We make jokes about it, because the other day, male co-worker, friend of mine, he said, "Can I say you look good today? Is this harassment or not?" And I laughed. I said, "Of course you can say that, because, there are things men are learning, women too. What's a compliment? What's harassment? We are all learning together, and it's beautiful. The whole process. It's painful sometimes, but it's beautiful too." And I work in Rio, as you know, and I wouldn't say it's warm, because it's hot, right? So very often we go to work wearing décolletage or miniskirts, and it's okay, it's not seen as vulgar or as, what do you want, by wearing those kind of clothes? There is no, of course, if you have, a more formal meeting with your superiors, then you tend to dress a little bit more formally, because we are not formal as people in Brazil, especially in Rio, I'd say. But there is more than that. Law has been changing throughout the recent years. Nowadays, sexual harassment obviously is against the law. You can go to jail for that. There was a huge scandal months ago. The president of Caixa Econômica, a government bank, he was denounced. I mean, he was caught perpetrating sexual harassment. Many employees, female employees, denounced him. And it was very difficult for them because they were afraid. But in the end, the first one spoke up, and then many others came. So there is this Me Too culture and this awareness about this. And another thing, when I was younger, a teenager, Carnival is a popular party. It was very common. You would go to Carnival as a girl, and of course, men would, touch you. And you, okay, it's fine. And I mean, it's part of our culture, right? And nowadays, there is this saying, no is no. And many women, they wear T-shirts with this kind of saying, during Carnival, no is no. If you approach me and if I say no, it's no. Don't insist, So, and I see my daughters, they are much more sort of gender equality oriented than I used to be. They are much more conscious about it. My 20-year-old daughter who is studying law, I showed my speech to her, and she said, "You should add something. If you have a male boss or a white male boss, chances are he's going to hire a white male employee. This is something that has to change. In Brazil, I think things are very connected too, because race is a very serious issue, and as I said in my speech." The most vulnerable Brazilians would be African Brazilian female women, right? So, of course, we have a lot ahead, but this change of government, I think, will well, it's always we have the perspective of things changing, because today's government, which is coming to an end now in December, is basically composed by men, and now we will most probably have a new government with more women in power. And so I think it's part of a process, right? Here in Japan, Brazil, everywhere, like happened in Iceland. It's not, overnight.
はいありがとうございます。ブラジルの経験からも
Thank you very much. The experience of the Brazil as a nation, it's not going to be a one silver bullet. It's going to be accumulation of all these small efforts and then small paradigm shift. And we need legal reforms and also the enterprise conversation, everyone's the learning together, walking together, advancing together is really important. That really changes the environmental culture. So, and the gender, the race, the class, there are a lot of different the vulnerabilities in a society. So how can we create the really fair society? It is strongly tied to gender. And the young generations of Brazil, it's really great to hear that they are very, very aware and they're very conscious, and they're there to teach us a lot. Right, so we're actually pressing in terms of the schedule. So I guess we need to conclude. So let's hear from every panelist, and it'd be really great. And if you can emphasize what you consider to be a really important next action plans, and we're going to be putting together your suggestion. So it'd be really great, if you can actually suggest the action plans we think we should be presenting to the main platform. So 30 seconds, 45 seconds, just one action you think we should be taking and we should be sharing to the main platform. Okay, so from the left-hand side, Hosoka-san, I think we need to change the paradigm shift of what the boss of the workplace should be. So how the leadership should be. So what do you mean by strong and great leadership? We need to be creating a flat organization, not the vertical, siloed, and we need to be really seeking the maximizing the satisfaction of everyone, not just female, but everybody. So truly being inclusive.
では、井出さんお願いします。
Ide-san, please.
はい。私は男性が主体的に家事育児を行い、
Yeah, I
仕事へ
do
の成
think
果も
that
つなぐことができれば、家族は
I
暮ら
think
しやすく、
male
会社地域社会
participating
の理
more
解
to
応
the
援にも
house
つながる好循環が起こる
work
という提言を
is
しま
going to
した。
make everyone in the family be able to live easier, and it's going to gain great understanding of the local community for the enterprise workers.
ありがとうご
And
ざいます。それではヨハネソン大
the
臣いかがでしょう
president,
か。
please.
I think we should emphasize the clear fact based on, in my case, the experience from my home country, that gender equality, increased gender equality, has actual, clear economic benefits. It's not only a human rights issue, it's not only about justice and fairness, it is about being better off economically as a society and also more competitive in a very tough world. And maybe that is something that the old male executives who want to run the show will understand.
ありがとうございました。特にこれは日本にとって肝に銘ずる
I think that's really important message for Japanese society as well.
木村さんお願いし
Hi,
ます
Kimura-san, please.
はい、ありがとうございます。ジ
Thank
ェンダー平等を実
So
現して
gender
いくために
equality,
は
for us to bring gender equality, we need to be actually really move the majority of the society, societal structure, which is male, and unconscious bias is a really, really tricky thing. No, it's not going to change overnight, but you need to really imbue a new DNA in your organization. So you need to be really committed to really changing the DNA of the organization you're a part of. Thank you very much for the stronger commitment. So Mayor, please. So I think that we need to really rectify the long hour work of everybody. We need to be able to bring people back home to their kids. Like 1 second or 1 minute, 1 hour longer than now.
ありがとうございました。それではレイラさんお願いしま
Right,
す。
Leila-san, please.
I think we need more cooperation instead of competition, and women are very good in cooperating instead of competing. And we need social media. We can use social media to break down gender stereotypes. That can be very helpful with younger generations, and we have to think about them because they are the future.
ありがとうございます。そうですね。
Thank you. Yes, using SNS, and we should disseminate information to the younger generation. So lastly, and so I'm representing the younger generation, and so for myself, well, the housework is done by all the family members, and the gender equality concept should start from the family. That's all. Thank you. Yes, the family setting should be the first place to attain gender equality. Thank you very much for your recommendations. And so we are running out of time, so we need to wrap up the session. And so we do have a video message we would like to show now. And so from the Idekoba Hisayuki, the representative president and CEO of Recruit Holdings. And so this is just made for the World Assembly for Women 2022. So let's watch this video.
国際女性会議 WAW にお招きいただきありがとうございます。リクルートホールディングスの井出小葉と申します。本日は会場にて参加できなかったので、ビデオメッセージをお送りさせていただきます。Your Excellencies and distinguished guests at the World Assembly of Women, I'm honored to share my message to you today. My sincere apologies for not being able to make it to the conference. この後は日本語で続けさせていただければと思います。今私たちは社会的にも政治的にも、また経済的にも様々な問題に直面しておりますが、女性の活躍を支援するということは、その中でも最も重要なテーマの一つです。なぜなら、女性は世界人口の約半分を占めているにもかかわらず、世界中の職場においては、 管理職についている女性はわずか 31%。そして日本ではたったの 15% だからです。世界中で人材に関わる事業を展開しているリクルートグループとして、私たちはこの現状を深刻に受け止めています。当社は創業以来60年以上、多様な従業員一人一人の違いを大切にする、個の尊重を重要な価値観と位置づけてきました。私たちにとってダイバーシティ、エクイティ、インクルージョンの推進は経営理念の実現そのものです。そこで、まずは私たち自身がジェンダー平等を体現するために、従業員から取締役会まで、すべての職会で女性の割合を 50% にする目標を掲げ、取り組んでいます。また、当社はグローバルで人と仕事のマッチングをテクノロジーの力でより早く便利にすることをミッションとする企業として、世界中の働く人々にとって職場環境や状況がより公正公平になるよう仕事探しにおける偏見や障壁を取り除く様々な取り組みを進めています。ジェンダーギャップの解消においても、WAW や UN Women が主導する He4C アライアンスなどを通じて、社内外のパートナーの皆様と協業しながら取り組みを加速しています。私自身、2人の娘の父親としても、すべての人が平等な機会が得られる、そんな未来にしていきたいなと強く思っています。本来はお伺いしたかったのですが、叶わず、このような形での参加となりましたが、この会が実り大きいものになることをお祈りしております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。Thank you for your kind attention.
And so changed in leading company here in Japan is quick, and also they're serious about the tackling this gender equality issues. So thank you very much for your input. And there's so many ideas that I have gathered. It's difficult to summarize even. So what is common is care. There is a value in care. So each one of us needs to raise awareness. And so I think that is a common message across the board. And so importance of the care in order for us to realize this. So there is a value in care. We need to rethink about this, and that will be first driver to businesses and also to the world. And that makes it the global economy more affluent. And we do have example already. And so the actions to bring this into reality, that there's many ways to do at each representative place. And so we have received so many input and recommendations from each individual. Thank you very much for that. And so Kumei-san, and as a rapporteur, I myself, together with Kumei-san, we would like to summarize this. And so at 4:40, at the reporting session, we would like to report the outcome of today's session. So thank you very much for your precious input. And also, so many men are very serious about tackling this issue and using their creativity and capabilities to realize this value in this issue. Thank you very much for your participation, and also for the audience, thank you for taking time to join us. With this, we would like to end this session number 4. Thank you all for your participation. So let us begin the session number 8, Women's Health and Economy. We would like to begin with the session number 8. So this is afternoon session. And so I'm sure some of you have heard about the morning session. So now you are powered up, energized, and also are being comfortable now. My name is Tsukahara Tsukiko, founder and president of Kaleidos. I will be serving as the moderator for this session. Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to introduce today's participant for this session. So first of all, left and sitting next to me, and Ms. Simone Thompson, president of Eli Lilly Japan KK. So Japan Eli Lilly, well, for the first time, and Japan Eli Lilly KK welcomed the female president, and she's originally from Germany. And so after joining Eli Lilly and Australia, Japan, and Japan, Australia, and president in charge of those regions, and January last year, she assumed the president of Eli Lilly Japan. And she's very good in Japanese, and she has a degree in Japanese as well. And so next to her is Mrs. Sugimoto Amina, co-founder of and the CEO of Fermata Inc. And so she learned about the medical management, and so providing strategy advisors to pharmaceutical companies and so on. And also the marketing was also the area of her expertise. And after that, she worked for the venture capital. And so it was about that time she encountered with the femtech companies. And that served as an opportunity for her to start up this business. So I will call her Amina. Thank you. And next person to her is Ms. Takakura Asako, a professional soccer coach. And as you all may know, at the age of 15, she made it to the national team. And for 14 years since then, she played as a professional soccer member and supported the formation of the original Nadeshiko Japan national team, and also served as the national team coach. And so she is a trailblazer for the Japanese soccer. In 2016, for the first time, she became the first coach for the Nadeshiko Japan, and she served her this position for 5 years. Thank you. And next person is Ms. Fukuda Kazuko, and SRHR activist, that is sexual reproductive health and rights. She's engaged in activities to promote SRHR. I think she's the youngest among all the participants today, and she will be serving as a rapporteur. And so she studied in Sweden before, and so SRHR was something that she has come to know in Sweden, and the youth clinic is something that she was engaged in to promote, and that is something that she had learned in Sweden. And so that triggered her to start this activity here in Japan, so that younger generation here in Japan should have opportunities and options to learn more about this area. So she's quite active in this area. Thank you. And so the next, on the right-hand side, towards the wall, and Mr. Imamura Yuko. She is a manager of Health and Global Policy Institute, HGPI. And so she's been caring many women. And so she went to US and also finished a master's degree in public health. Returning to Japan, and she became a member of Health and Global Policy Institute. And so the planning and designing of the survey relevant to the medical field is some of the activities she's engaged in at the moment. And so coming back to the left-hand side of me, and so Mona Michio and Joyce, and she's the Deputy Executive Director and Director of Joyce. And so the addressing the challenges in developing countries and all the people in the world. And she's engaged in the empowerment of women and gender and sexual reproductive health and rights. SRHR awareness building is something that she's engaged in here in Japan. A lady is one of the examples that she was involved in. She's from Shizuoka, and that is why she's also serving as a part-time lecturer at Shizuoka University. Thank you for coming. And next to her is Dr. Song Mi-hon. She is obstetrician and gynecologist. As you may all know, she is a charismatic obstetrician and gynecologist. She is also appeared in some of the media, but that's part of her activities. And so she oversees or supervises all the female relevant disease and sexuality and sex and also. And so she is quite active to raise the awareness among the female populations to better understand their health. And next to her is Jimmy Hanako, and she's the Parliamentary Vice Minister of the Cabinet Office. She's here with us as a resource person, and I'd like to invite her to share her comment. So without further ado, we would like to ask everyone to share the comment one by one. But before that, I would like to talk about the topic of today's session and also the background of this session's topic. And so according to the United Nations and the population and UNFP8, and one of the 4 in Asia Pacific will be older than 60 years old, and most of them will be the women, especially in Japan. And Japan is an aging society, so the half of the women will be expected to live over 90 years old. And the women's Honebuto policy. So what we are calling for is people living in more than 100 years of age. On the other hand, so we have a long life ahead. And how women can keep a healthy life. And if they can keep healthy life, that is fine. But however, there is always a female specific health issues and disease. For instance, this is just a part of it. And so, for instance, the menstrual symptoms leading to the loss of productivity and the medical cost and the pharmaceutical cost. And the 70 million is estimated to be the burden relevant to this. So women's health issue is, of course, is the problem of the women. However, that also impacts the family members and society. At workplace, for instance, how to balance their fertility treatment and their career is also one of the issues. And this is not just Japan, but this is also the trend we see in all over the world. That is a femtech movement that is becoming more and more a key mainstream now. And so detecting the problem or the health problem of women early on, and so that we can provide solutions early on. And so the half of the global population is a woman, and so the health issue of the women can be addressed by this newly emerging technology, femtech. So such, when you think about the health of women, primarily it will benefit women, but not just that. Well, society and men and women, we can make the enabling environment of society where people can live more comfortably. So the human rights, including women's human rights, it doesn't only mean the human rights protection, but also it will lead to the purpose and development of the economy. So that's how we would like to look at this topic. So I'm sorry for taking so much time, but after this, I would like to ask each one of you to take about 3 to 4 minutes to express themselves about this topic. So what's relevant to everyone on this topic? So first I'd like to invite Ms. Simone.
ありがとうございます、塚原さん。For moderating our very important conversation. So first of all, as you said, I'm working for Eli Lilly, and we are a global research-based company based out of Indianapolis, and Japan is actually our biggest operation outside of the US. And when it comes to health and economy for women, we basically focus on two main areas as a company. First of all, of course, our number one priority is make sure that Japanese women continue to live healthier, better, longer lives. And that's specifically why we're focused in certain areas like cancer, breast cancer specifically, autoimmune diseases, diabetes, migraine, but also neurodegeneration diseases like mental disease, including also Alzheimer research. So that's one of the areas. Second one, we're very heavily invested in diversity and inclusion. So we're a company of 2,700 employees, and our number one priority within is to really make sure that we have women developing their career with us. So we're proud to have already 30% of women in manager positions, been leading when it comes to female sales leaders in the industry. But we have much more to go for because we're aiming for gender parity. Anyhow, we're making a good step forwards. Now, we feel like these two areas are really specifically important if we talk about women, health, and economy to make sure that we really enable more participation of women here in Japan in the workplace. As you all know, the working age population is decreasing. I mean, we're currently at 70 million. This will go down over the next couple of decades to 40 million. So we really need to make sure that I think specifically Japanese women have an opportunity to work. And coming out of the pharmaceutical industry, I would argue that the base for all of this is health, right? If you are healthy, you can contribute better. And that's what we're focusing on. Research here in Japan tells us that the number 2 reason for women quitting their job is actually health issues before or followed after pregnancy and marriage. And that's actually what we're focusing on. I would argue that innovative treatment actually helps Japanese women to come back to work. Give you a couple of examples. Breast cancer. 1 in 9 women will unfortunately develop this disease over the lifespan here in Japan. Now, cancer was untreatable a couple of decades ago, but today 90% of Japanese women after having started treatment are back to work after a year. Migraine is not a specific women-related specific disease, but 4 times more women have migraine than basically men. And so even young women, specifically around the 30s, 20% of them suffer from migraine. Here in Japan, that means the number 4th reason of burden disease is actually migraine. And so innovation can help to bring more women back into work. And the last point I would highlight is Alzheimer and dementia. Because we have already now incredible society cost on dementia here in Japan, around 17 trillion yen. 40% of that is coming from informal care of family caregiver. Well, guess who are these family caregivers? 65% of this are women. Women who quit job to stay at home to care for dementia and Alzheimer patient, who cannot pursue their interest and who cannot pursue their career. So that's why, I would suggest 2 important actions taken forward to policymakers, but also to important stakeholders here in the country. One is let's continue to drive pharmaceutical innovative medicine. We need to have more research and development coming into Japan, and we need to have a system which rewards innovation. And second, let's make sure while we have made great progress on breast cancer, which is a women's specific disease, I think if we want to keep moving also on health issues of Japanese women, we need to broaden the definition to health-related matters, which migraine is, for example, because we have a higher prevalence, or Alzheimer is because we have a certain caregiver burden. There are more diseases like that. I'm just using this as one example, but that would be my 2 recommendations in moving forward. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございます。では次、アミナさんですね。はい。
So next, Amina-san, please. Hello, I'm Amina from Fermata. Nice to meet you all. And so Fermata is a company that I have launched. It has been 3 years now. And so headquarters in Japan, and we have a branch offices in Singapore. And so the health relevant, the female and technology is our expertise. Well, my father is a Malaysian. And then Southeast Asia, poverty, the stricken area is where I grew up. So I was raised in East Africa, so I went on to the study of a doctoral course and access to medical, like a medical economy, or this is something that I have studied, and how drug or the medical supply can be provided to those who are in need. I was studying in the policy perspective of this. After earning degree, I wanted to take a look at the business, I thought, and that's why I went into the startup business world. And so the healthcare startups, especially I was looking after the one in Europe and the US. So the femtech among the health tech is what I have encountered. I think it was 2016 or 2017 when I first known about this. So femtech here in Japan. The word itself, if it was to organize events, I only attracted the investors, so all male, and I was the only female. For instance, in 2018 or 2019, I wanted to establish this market here in Japan or in Asia. I thought I needed to expand this particular market. That's why we launched this company and where I am now. So the femtech, the word is well known already, but 2012 is when it was coined, so it is quite new. And the crew started business in Germany, and so the sanitary napkins, and so wanted to raise money and visiting investors back then. And so is it make money and by managing the men's. And so the fintech, edtech was the keyword, buzzword back then. So female time technology and fintech was coined. And once that word is coined, and then started to attract fund. And so it wasn't, there's a zero business activities avoiding this area, but the fintech came to being and started to attract monies and the investors and so on. So the femtech, what is it? And sometimes I was asked this question. So how we define is that not just the, well, there's a women-specific disease, and compared to women and men, if the more prevalence on the side of the women, or the type of symptoms differ from men and women, and those are the area that we address, the genome or the 3D printing or those state-of-the-art technologies utilized to address this. So this is more towards the technology, but here in Japan, the startup, so the serious startup is something that we see. It's not that Japan is lagging behind. The medical system here in Japan is well established, so it doesn't have to depend on technology compared to US, for instance. So like only the co-payment of 30%, you can receive medical care at hospitals. But so this kind of technology is getting attractions. More than 10 million startups are come to being. So here in Japan, 2025, 2 trillion yen, US 5 trillion yen. So the market size for this kind of technology is growing. B2C here in Japan is the most of the thing we see here in Japan, but the B2B is likely to go up, like the one used by the hospital or the one that used by the businesses. I think that kind of application is likely to grow more. So not just here in Japan, but I would like to expand this market in Asia as well. So thank you very much.
Right,
so next is Takakura-san, please. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm a professor, soccer coach, Takakura. The World Cup, the male soccer has been much talked about. You see it everywhere, and it's the national team has been been doing good. Hope that we can ride this in a great wave, and this is really such a great opportunity for me to be talking from my standpoint. I don't really have this specialized field really specifically about women, but in the field of sport, I've been seeing a lot of athletes, and then after my retiring, I've been interacting with a lot of the overseas people. So I guess I can bring in several topics. First of all, about female athletes. The athletes in general are putting a lot of a burden on their physical body. So the period menstruation is a typically impacted area. So we do see a lot of athletes who are not getting their periods, but not being able to confront or not being able to discuss about that with others and leaving it unattended. That's what we see in many fields and many athlete individuals, and they might not be aware of the risk they all have. And then when they realize that that's something that needs to be discussed, the female doctor can be bringing that conversation. And sometimes the doctors find there are athletes who are not having a period for 2 or 3 years, and they need to do several things to bring it back. And then I was an athlete myself, so I experienced this in aging. I retired, got married, and then hope to get pregnant, and it might be to do with the physical burdens that I was putting, and then maybe it's to do with the age. But I see a lot of the athletes' colleagues having trouble getting pregnant, so them being really dedicating themselves as an athlete until the late 30s, and they after that they would like to get pregnant, and then they go through infertility treatment, but end up not being able to get pregnant. So I have a lot of the athlete friends who don't have children, although they wished. And then the menopause is another thing that we suffer a lot. So we do know instinctively that something is not right, something is not perfect, but athletes are having really strong patient, and we actually persevere even if we find something is not perfect. And then even if we would like to discuss about the matter, we don't know who to go to. And I do have some professional doctors and then specialists, and I could actually lighten the symptoms. But I think the common theme on trouble of athletes in any sports is that they don't have places to go to, people to go to. They don't know where to go to, and then they think that well, this is not life-threatening, I can still survive, so why don't I just carry on. So all these physical conditions are quite unique to female are quite frequent and quite abundant. So it'd be really great if we can create a space and people who athletes can go to in a casual manner when they find something not being in a perfect.
はい、ありがとうございます。では続いて福田さんお願いします。
はい、福田さん please.
皆さんこんにちは。
Hello everyone, I'm Fukuda Kazuko, an SRHR activist, and my SRHR access to contraction, and why not the project that we have launched, and why we don't have it as an OGC, and also 50s project to achieve gender equality, and I'm a co-representative. SRHR stands for the Sexual Reproduction and Health and Rights, and so what this is all about is that whether the individual wants to want to be bringing pregnant or not, and when and how, and without violence, and they would like to enjoy their sexual life as well. So this is the how we're protecting, and SRHR. Why I decided to commit myself. So this is I lived in Sweden for 3 years. And so the first time I visited Sweden was I was still a university student, and I found my partner. But there's a youth clinic in Sweden where the young generation can go and consult about sexual lives. And I wanted to go there to get pill contraception because I didn't want to get pregnant. And so I was praised because I was thinking about my pregnancy well advanced. And also I was shown different options. Pill is something that you need to take every day, but there is another the patch, the alternatives like a patch that you could change every week, or the ring that you could change it like every few weeks, or the injection, and the longer the frequency, or the implant, IDU, IDS. There are many options for contraception, and so it depends on your life plan and the character you can choose. So that was the message that I received from the doctor. And that was for the first time for me to really think about whether I want to have a baby or not, and to think about when is the best timing for me to have a baby. So I thought about my life plan seriously for the first time, and so I felt like I do have the power. I'm empowered to control my life. So all these are the options, or the essential drug defined by the UN, but not available here in Japan. And even if it's available, it's too expensive. Like approval for the pill, well, 1999 was the first time Japan approved the pill, and so the latest among the OECD countries. And so Viagra was approved after the 6 months for filing applications. So because when you think about the decision makers, I think there's a gender gaps. I think that is what is triggering this. And so as a young female, I'm here, and I'm very grateful to be able to participate in these sessions. I would like to share my opinions. Thank you very much.
Right, next, I'd like to invite Imamura-san, please. Hello, good afternoon. And I'm from the Japan Health Policy Institute, and my name is Yuko Imamura. And this Policy Institute that I belong is to materialize in policy making with the root-based. And then we invite professionals, we organize symposiums and educate the public, and we do propose concrete policy makings, and we do handle a lot of different medical topics, but female health is one of the projects, and I am in charge of the project, and then I have published several survey results, and based on those research results, we are formulating a proposed policy plans. And I'd like to draw some of these results that we actually got in our past research. And let me introduce some of them to start off. 2018, we actually surveyed the working female targeting survey. We asked 2,000 working female to answer this survey. And what was a shocking result was and if they are to rate the best performance of theirs in a 10, how the performance deteriorated from 10 was quite significant. Only 6% said that performance during those period impacted period is still 10. 94% of the people are impacted in terms of work performance by the period-related symptoms or the circumstances. And the score being less than 5 was actually 50%, more than 50% of the respondents. So half the women are persevering with the suffering that's tied to the period. And we try to find what are the possible solutions, and then they said that health literacy was what we measured. The health literacy and health particularly connected to the women, and we've discovered that those people with a higher health literacy are more resistant to the impact given by the period-related symptoms in terms of their work performance. And with that result, we considered it to be quite important to promote the women health literacy. So that by educating them helps them taking adequate actions and hence contributing to the betterment of their work performance, and then that ultimately bring economic contribution, higher economic contribution by the group. And I hope that this is going to be coming back in our discussion of today. Thank you very much for having me today.
では小野さんお願いします。
小野さん please. And so my name is Ono. And from Joycef. And so some of you have heard of Joycef for the first time. So from Japan becoming a developing country to advanced countries, this is initial firstborn when Japan became an advanced nation. So women, whenever they are, they would like to select, make life choices and be healthy. That is the ideal state, especially focusing on the developing countries in Japan. We are promoting SRHR, sexual reproductive health and rights. So when I got married, well, I opted for keeping my the maiden name. So and so by-law marriage is what we practice. And I moved to Shizuoka, so it has been 17 years. And so I have a daughter in second year in middle school, and also the second graders. And so they are in the puberty. And so I'm in the menopause phase. And so I have some symptoms that I recognize. And so I'm a mother of 2 children. But 5 years ago, by chance, in Mishima City, there are 21 elementary schools. There is a liaison committee of such elementary schools, and I was going to serve as a member. And to the parents and the teachers, there was a lecture organized. And so we talked about what is the comprehensive sexuality education. And together with a local gynecologist, so we organized this session. That was quite well received. And so, we were able to attract so many parents and teachers. And so we've been having this comprehensive sessions for the 5 straight years, online even. And so last night, from Ghana, West Africa is the place I came back from. So I was on a business trip to Ghana. So for the purpose of a Joycef project. So the purpose of my business trip is also coincide with today's session theme. So 4 countries in Africa, for the 5-year, Joycef executed the project together with the Takeda pharmaceutical companies. And so the protecting life and health of the pregnant women. And so that was the final wrap-up session, and we were all gathered there in Ghana. And we handed over our projects to the local entity. So it was a very important meeting. So the theme was sustainability. So here in Japan or overseas, there is a capital injection into the project running in Africa. But the local communities wanted to come up with a mechanism to monetize it from it and continue with the project for the purpose of protecting the life of female population there. And at the meeting, we were able to share our action plan. So the health of the women and the life and the health of the pregnant women and what is common in the world. Also here in Japan is the women or the medical professional, and not only then should be involved. It will not be sustainable. So regardless of the gender, each one of us, each one of the local community members needs to be aware of sexual reproductive health and rights. They need to be educated on this topic and needs to be empowered. And so I think this is the far most important things. That's what I have reaffirmed at this meeting. So the Joycef have been active in developed countries so far. In 2021, when there is Japan Great Earthquake took place, and most of the striking areas we covered and support, and those were suffering. And so Japan's women and the economy was what we are going to talk about today, women's health and economy. So while we haven't seen so much as a choice is the Japan-specific SRHR. So we now realize there is a specific SRHR issue here in Japan. So we cannot ignore as a Joycex. So since 5 years ago, as it was mentioned, iLady is the name of the program that we have implemented here in Japan. And so at the compulsory education institutions, there is no such thing as a comprehensive sexuality education being offered as the official subject. So in order to enhance the awareness among the students on this sexual reproductive health and rights, together with the companies or local municipalities or community, and together with the activities, we wanted to empower a young generation or support them. That is the purpose of this iLady project. So today's theme is women, health, and economy. When you think about this, what I think is relevant here in Japan is 40% of a pregnancy is unexpected or unplanned. That's what I was informed of. And most likely to happen when they are in the teens or the 20s. And so the pursuing higher education or the income potential and environment for the kids to grow in will be much impacted by that. So when they get pregnant in their teens and after the first birth, and they are more likely to get divorced. And so also that will impact the likelihood of having a second child. And what I think is that today's topic, what comes to mind is unexpected and pregnancy or unexpected illness. Preventing that should be the highest priority. So one of the diseases is the endometriosis, and what is highest here in Japan. And 9,000 people per year are suffering from this, and 2,900 are dying from it, cervix cancer. So this cervix cancer is something that we need to pay more attention to. So we need to share this information, and first you have to know about the situation here in Japan is important. And using this session as the opportunity, we should work together. And so we should collaborate each other. And so that this will be reflected in the Japanese policy-making process. Thank you. Sorry for taking too long.
And thank you for your wait. No, Dr. Son, please. Right, so the women's health and economy. I guess, I am a professional of the first half. So, I'd like to consciously bring my focus to the second half, the economy. So I've been a gynecologist for 20 years, and then I've been in media. I've been educating the public, being out in the media, and I've been considering the education has been quite important. And 5 years ago, Marunouchi Ladies Clinic is what I opened, and we don't just treat women. We conduct a lot of trainings and lectures to corporate entities. And the Japanese issue-wise, the sex education is what we're lacking. So without the education, people are not fully aware of what can happen to their bodies, and there's no opportunity to update the information that they might get throughout throughout their life. And I think the momentum, the sentiment is changing, but for a long time it's been taboo talking about female-specific medical conditions. And even if I speak out, there's been negative the responses, or the media would not pick it up. And yeah, we do have limited percentage of people who are having their gynecologist that they can go to, and sex education is known to be quite limited compared to other world. And when we bring in the economy in the context, 2016 survey is saying that we are having 5 trillion yen economic loss because of this lack of education and lack of awareness. And then even if we preach male people audience, that it's really, really challenging to lead. Sometimes the work professional life, it might not resonate with them. And then if we put the number to it, they for the first time realized how big it is. So White 500 criteria, including the female health improvement, would be one big move. And enterprises are having a health the department which female can go to with the female-specific conditions will be another step that and then so I sometimes talk to HR people, and I give talks to corporate employees, and some of them directly come to our clinics, becoming aware that taking care of their health is really important. And we do have this larger population of the society coming to the menopause age. And we do have a lot of evidence, and we do have a hormone treatment that can counteract any symptoms that you might be suffering. And female gynecologists are using those great advancements for betterment of our own life. We're not just giving it to our patients, and I guess that's a sign how trustful these treatments are. So we be the testimony, and we try to educate public how we do have a wide variety of solutions. But then another bottleneck is the number of gynecologists to treat all these symptoms. So period, the sufferings, menopause, if we do thorough treatment or care of patients, the hospital or the doctors won't be able to earn a sustainable, but the male-specific symptoms are actually designed to give good compensation for the hospital and the doctors. So the gynecologist needs to be quite strategic, getting enough insurance coverage with the infertility treatment. And some of the doctors needs to be doing this period-related, menopause-related treatments out of their own funding. And with that kind of a system, it's impossible to promote the taking care of the periods-related, menopause-related. So we'd like the government to be quite forward implementing a system which makes it sustainable for the doctors to be investing their efforts to those topics. Right. Thank you very much. So we've heard from all the panelists, related to the topic, and I think in that we've gotten a lot of challenges and issues being laid out. And here onwards, we'd like to go on to specific topics, and then exchange ideas and opinions. And so a lot of panelists mentioned how we are right now, or how it's been, and what they see to be challenges and issues. So the rest of this time, we would like to bring out a lot of solutions, what we can do, what next steps are, what the solutions are. And we do have those 3 specific topics that you might not be able to answer to all of these, but then please raise your hand and be proactive in feeding your opinion to the future discussion. So first is the discussion point one. So how can the women be more active participant to the market, economic, the world of the economy? And it's not just to bring scale to the economy, but for women themselves to be able to enjoy the participation. What's really important? What are the solutions we can bring in to the society, Japan, and to the world? Maybe some of the best practices that's already existing outside of Japan. Any idea, Shimone-san?
Hi, thank you, Sugara-san. A very important question. So I would have said maybe two areas I would like to highlight. First, I agree with the earlier comment made by Imamura-san. Health literacy and investing into that continues to be important if we want to bring more women back or continue to start in the workplace. Especially I feel like here in Japan with the gamman culture, everybody is holding back and enduring. And I feel specifically women in the workplace specifically also do this. We need to encourage to have a more open dialogue, a better work environment to be able, and also in the physician-patient conversation, to open up and have this conversation and feel okay about that. I would recommend, we have already some important initiative running by METI and the MHLW about the health productivity management. And more than 12,000 small and medium-sized companies joining. We're joining as a bigger company, more than 2,000 big companies are joining. So first of all, I would encourage everybody to consider really participating in this initiative. Second, I think also expanding the focus here, because this is really about what can we do in the workplace to create this environment, to share more transparently, also talk about healthcare related matters for women also. And so far, there have been only 2 illnesses been recognized through this initiative. One is mental disease, and the other one is cancer. Very important, but we have discussed for quite a time migraine. And so very happy to see that we're moving forward. So last year, migraine was also added to the focus area. But again, it took too long, I would think. And there are more matters, especially bringing back women into the workplace to actually get integrated. So that would be one suggestion. The other one is, as I said, working in the pharmaceutical industry, I think we have seen great progress in early diagnosis and detection of diseases like women's specific disease on breast cancer. This is why, together with good innovative treatment, we can bring back so many women into the health, into the workplace. But as I just mentioned earlier, we have a big unknown on Alzheimer and dementia treatment. This country really needs to think about how to enable women to come back who have been family caregiver of all these patients. So here also investing into biomarker research and making sure that physicians get tools to early diagnose treatment so that women who currently are caregiver can go back to work would be really important. So that would be my 2 comments. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございます。やっぱりヘルスリテラシーを上げる
Thank you very much. So the improving their health in literacy be essential foundation has been revisited by this position, and that you do have this program to be able to. So health productivity management was an example that you've kindly shared, and then there are a lot of enterprises already participating, and then we need to expand that and female specific or female skewed migraine, or maybe the medical statement status, which is a different, which would manifest in a different way between men and female, need to be addressed. And then the caregiver role that female are playing, and then because of that they need to exit from the labor market is one important factor, so that the early diagnosis is really important to prevent that happening. It was what has been said. Kuda-san, please.
私からは
Yes,
じゃあどういうふうな具体的な案が必要
So
か
what are
っていう
the
ことが重要だと思うんですけ
solutions,
ど、
actions
それ以前に
is
こ
important,
の
but
女性の健康
before
っていうの
getting
がもの
to
すごく
that,
経
the
済的な文脈で
female
あったり、あ
health
と特に少子高齢化の中で
is
初
really
めてこの問題に光が当たるっていうことはすごく少なくないなというふうに
So
思
a lot
っ
of
ていま
times,
す。
the female health issues is only getting attention if it's connected to economy or the aging society. And starting from there, people might talk about sex education need to be better, or the human rights need to be better. And I think that movement itself is not negative, and all these things that come off of that are all important. But I think we need to step back. That female health issue is a human right, and so regardless of whether it's going to be positive or negative to the economy, it's essential that we be considerate. And then this question that this working group is starting with is, how is it important that a female health how is female health important in the context of economy is the question, but I think the question itself can be is something that has some angle.
産みたいというふうに思っている
And when
数、埋めていないっていう問題
there
が
are certain
日本にはあって、
female who would like to have children but
が
cannot.
確実に守られていない、産みたいだけの数埋めていないっていう問題に、じゃあ
And
どうやっ
that
て立ち向かってい
itself is
くんだ
an
ろうっていう
issue.
話だとすごいなと
So I
思うん
think
です
I
けど、
much prefer the
じゃあ国
question,
が
how can we
子供少
provide
な
the
いから
opportunity for those
って
female
いうふうになっ
who
てしまう
wish
と、
to
やっぱり
have
女
a
性の意
child
思以上
the
に、
the
国の
right?
都合であったりとか、
And
そ
so
の時の女性っていうのは
when
大
those
切にされ
issues
てしまう
only
の
be
かなという
talked
ふうに思って、
about
そういう意味では
in
前
the
提として
context of a national
権
issue,
利として女
national
性の健康っていうの
or
が
societal
大切にされる
issue
っていう 話
is
になったらい
lacking
いな
some
と
of
いう
this
ふうに思っていて、
individual
実際例えば今の日
attention to
本の議論を見
individuals'
てみても、
rights.
産むための政策っていうのは結構そういう進む
And
なっていう
all
ふう
this
に
the governmental
思うところがあって、
policy making
もち
for
ろんそれも大切だなと思うん
female
です
giving
けれ
birth
ども、さっき想
gets
定
passed, and then
非常に望まない妊娠が多いっていうお話もあ
earlier
りましたけ
there
ど、
were
じゃあ避妊
a
とか手
discussion
術になっ
about
たらアクセスについ
unexpected
てすごく
and
話が進む
desired
かっていうとそうではなく
pregnancy,
て、
and then when
例
it
えば
comes
避
to
妊について緊急
implementing
避妊薬って
actions
いう
to help those
成
people
功の後
who
に
got an
妊娠を
unexpected
防ぎたい場合
pregnancy
も
or
後に飲める
undesirable
薬になりますけど、
pregnancies,
72時間以内に飲まなきゃい
it
け
doesn't
ないので、
happen, it doesn't
90カ
progress.
国以上で薬局で販売され
The
ている
pill
けれど
that
も、
you
日
need
本
to
では
take
若い人から
to
本当
prevent
に
the
要望
pregnancy
として大
after
きく出てるのに、なかなか
sex,
進
it
ま
needs
ない
to
という
be
現状があって、
prescribed and
やっ
then
ぱりそういうと
be
ころを見てみる
ingested
と、
within 72 hours, but
権利としてどこまで包括的
that's
に
not
大切に女性の健康がされて
really
るんだろうな
warranted.
と疑問に思ってしまって、
It's not available in this market right now.
女性のヘルスケアを見るためにも、
So
全然お金がメトプロクシンドロームとかと比べても少ないっていうところを見ても、
Yeah, so we have a much limited budget given for the female tied medical conditions than male tied.
支援っていうのをもっともっとお金としてもしてほしいっていうところ
And
が
so
あるん
yes,
ですけれども、
I do hope that the budget will be more evenly distributed, and I'd like to bring the rights perspective being included in the discussion, human rights perspectives.
このテーマもですね、経済に女性の健康であったり、
Yes, and theme and human rights of women is the title of the session, but as you all know, and as it was mentioned many times in the past, and so when it comes to the decision making of the important policies, and so there's an imbalance, a gender mix. And so, for instance, the younger generation of the female representation in a room where the policy decisions is made is still needs improved. And so that is why the necessary action may not be proportionally supported. So I would like to ask Ms. San. and so unexpected pregnancy. Well, Fukuda-san and Ono-san was a great supporter of that. I think that is very important. I do think so. So looking at the question that you posed this time around, and looking around the world, and so the female-specific disease, the caring of that, and associating with the SRHR, like distributing contraception for free of charge, that may be happening in some of the world. But in order to improve the productivity of female workers, and the system is introduced to enhance this kind of health issues, there's not so many. I look at it, but here in Japan, there is a leave for the period for women has been introduced so many years now, and so it has been taken or enjoyed by the women before we go into the equality in the workplace. But now there's equality and gender equality is introduced in the workplace, and the less female are taking this kind of a leave, and so there is the challenges in female-specific disease. But rather than the saying that you can take the lead, but there's no other systems to improve the productivity or to improve the environment. And so Japan, it seems like there's advancement in coming up with a system or the businesses are updating their information or the flexible work style being also introduced, because sometimes the female worker wants to go to clinic during the working hours to receive a fertility treatment, because one of the challenges faced by the female in workers in their 40s is they need to quit their job so that they can take the fertility treatment. So in a way that is changing, and so online medical consultation is now on the rise due to the COVID. Femtech was also mentioned today. So the femtech, well, because here in Japan we have a very good medical system, and there's not much room for the femtech to play an active part. But the pill for the contraception and online medical consultation and outside of the insurance coverage, medical insurance coverage, is very active, and there's a lot of competition going on here. And so, and the pill which covered by the insurance or the not covered by the insurance, and the amount of prescription is increasing. And after the release of the pill, it has been more than 20 years. It has been stagnant in terms of the prescription of the pill. But if they don't have to go to the clinic, and if they can have a medical consultation online, and there's a lot of people who wants to get access to the pill. So going to the clinic is a barrier for them, and because they have to go through the examination, and if they use it online service, and then they'll have to go through that in a way embarrassing examination. And unfortunately, and medical health covered online medical consultation, the medical service fee in point-wise is negligible. So it's difficult for us to continue with this. So if it's more of a profitable, for instance, outside of the medical coverage, and then this will become such a huge hit. So like a low-dose bill, the lineup is increasing. And so this is something that government could promote. I think this will bring about win-win situation for the users and also the government. So without so much of the burden, and to facilitate the using of the hormonal treatment, I hope there will be a system to allow that to happen. I think this will give opportunity for everyone to be a part.
And for working women, being able to take leaves is one thing, but then even if you don't even need to take leaves, but can get all these necessary resources, information, access, that's even better. And then nowadays, with the technologies, it should be possible. But we need, policy makings to enable those technologies to kick in. So you would like, the reforms or changes to that. And Amino-san, anything to add about, femtech? Yes. So I guess, a lot of the best practices are around the world, but the background cultures are different. So I guess we can't really argue which one is the best, which one is not great. But then I guess the female population are having this commonality of this biology, the specific concerns and challenges. And if we consider this topic to be a very complicated, serious, the young generations or those people who doesn't want to actually consider this to be a problematic things might walk away. But we actually do use goods to communicate with the audience, like the period menstrual cup might be something that we put out in a conversation, and people think, when a female look at it, maybe people would actually start a conversation saying that, oh, well, this looks too big for me to be able to insert in my vagina. And in US, there is this, the measurement device of the orgasm, and we bring that to regional countries, and I sometimes bring it to Palestine refugee camp in Palestine. On Palestina, and then when we bring concrete items or goods or products, people start opening up. So people hesitate talking about their own body, but if we put something to be connected with the health of or the wellness of our body, it's much easier for people to start talking. So for us to really cultivate this market, we'd like to be focusing on services or products which signifies the solutions. So it's really important to create and scale out the market of this femtech. And then the FDA is the PMDA in Japan is the FDA.
To better inform medical device research and regulation for all movement.
So there is this FDA, PMDA. So there's this institution which gives an approval for medical equipment, and they have actually created this reports and given transparency how they are actually incorporating this perspective of women's health. And then when we ask the Japanese ministry and whether we can create a certain service or product, they might say no, but if we create this strategic like a working group, being able to report with the transparency what kind of discussions are held in approving, not approving certain things, would help, I think, in advancing this market. And 100% of the femtech companies are run by female. But then if you see Israel, US, Europe, Germany, Switzerland, UK, those companies, those countries are getting subsidies from the company and showing a lot of advancement of the market. And entrepreneurs are not necessarily female. And the types of the entrepreneurs we see in those industries are completely different from Japan. The team can be quite distributed, evenly distributed in terms of the gender, and a lot of teams and a lot of policymakers, a lot of the supporters and endorsers are male included, and that there were 4 LDP politicians, all male, were talking about the femtech, and Twitter's comments are very critical of the politicians talking about a femtech and all being a male. But I actually consider male being there, voicing out their perspective is actually helpful. I actually find this room only being having a female panelist is a little bit unnatural. So I'd like to have more of a male participation in cultivating a femtech. market. Yes, I think that Dr. Sanda was also saying that when we actually put in financial values, that it becomes a common topic regardless of the gender. And you talked about products and services being the topic of a conversation, opening up dialogue. So detaching itself from the body of the male. And then you also talked about this, needing to welcome any type of the people, gender, regardless of gender, to be a participant of cultivating this market.
We talk about the women, health, and economy. Imamura-san, so that you know that you have a lot of data available to you. So what do you think? Yes, thank you very much for your input. So it's supporting the literacy and what initiative is effective. I think that needs to be considered. First of all, first and foremost, the women has to have knowledge about their health. They are not even recognizing that they are lacking information. For instance, the heavy menstrual bleeding impacting their work performance that was suggested by the data. And so some of them even don't know that there is a treatment available. So they can go to clinic and consult with a doctor and then get a treatment. And so they don't think that there is a way to go to clinic. They consult about that kind of suffering. So the first, women has to learn about those options that are being available. And so after conducting this kind of survey, and for instance, the management level of a company or the health insurance cooperatives, I often talk with them. And then most of them are represented by men. And they were very surprised that the women don't know about these things. They think that all women know about this and are living with it. Or why don't they learn it from school, or why don't they find themselves? So those are the literacy is not sufficient. And so the proper health action is not being taken. And so rather than blaming individual women for not knowing, but the Japanese society has to have set up a system of facilitating each individual women to gain that kind of knowledge. So that, of course, the women has to learn and gain knowledge, and also the men, and also the policymakers, of course. So the social system needs to be enhanced to allow that to happen. So first, we need to gain understanding on these points. So after gaining that understanding, and so the enhancing school curriculum with regards to the sexuality education, and also enhancing the training program conducted by the companies, that's one thing. And so using the femtech and could make that kind of a program more friendly. It's not so strict, or you don't have to be well prepared before going to that kind of program. So like applications to let users learn more about these topics easily, or enter your condition into the application and find out your state of seriousness that way, and that can encourage people suffering from those difficulties to go to clinic. So femtech could enhance that kind of functionalities to improve that situation in such a way.
Thank
you, Imamura-san. I very much agree. So you can't really impose the responsibility to individuals. It's not going to advance. You need to actually design the systems. And then I guess this has been coming back again and again. Who's going to be the designer of the system? Who needs to be there so that they will progress forward? And we've actually set the 3 discussion points, but I think the femtech part was going to come back later on, but it's already mentioned several times. So I'd like to integrate the 2 remaining topics, and I'm moving on to that. So next discussion point.
知らないとダメなんだと、知ってたら知ってるに越したことないし、知れるようにしていないといけないんですけど、
health literacy of a female.
我慢させてしまうとか、
So themselves, knowing or being aware of having the information is important. But another is that how we can create an environment so that it will be easier for them to open up and reach out to seek help. So what can we do as a community, society, government, enterprises to be able to provide them opportunities to open up? And what kind of technology has been developed? So Ono-san, do you have any opinions about this? Thank you. Her microphone is not on. Okay, so female specific as has been. So I am the only person who is living outside of big cities. So I'd like to represent, people who are talking in the countryside or second tier. And there's this big disparities, between the environment that we are living in between urban cities and countryside. And HPV vaccine, regular vaccinations has reopened since the pandemic happened. But 18 months ago, my daughter, before turning the junior high school kid, she was going to take vaccine, and we looked for a clinic which would give the latest, the 9 the value, the vaccination, but the gynecologist clinics closed so much in the last 3 years that so I kept calling up, but then they said that they don't have inventory of the vaccine HPV. So they're saying that you need at least 3 girls or for us to get vaccine, or 5. And then I kept saying that I only have my daughter, and so I actually talked to Dr. Son and Son-san, and she said that we have inventory. So we needed to travel by bullet train going to the Marunouchi. So I brought the 4 elementary school girls and went to the Tokyo, the Marunouchi, and got the shot. So it's really different, the environment we're living in, and depending on where you are. Even if you want to get vaccines, you can't. Even if you'd like to protect yourself from possible risks, you can't. You sometimes can't because of where you live, where you're situated, and the HPV vaccine itself. So this was a really recent event. My friend, so this boy tried to get entrance exam of a high school in New York, and then he discovered that he needed to get vaccine, HPV vaccine. So in Japan, it's only applied to girls and females. But then I actually would like the both male and female kids being required to get the vaccine.
はい、ありがとうございます。これ
Thank you.
知り合いに
Yes, I also have someone I know that they go to Marunouchi clinics to receive vaccine. So not everyone can go to Marunouchi clinics to get that vaccine. So there's a disparity between the urban cities and the rural areas. I think there is a larger group of people who don't even know that the situation is like that. So I think that's the serious problem. So just for the information, so how can we make it better to fill the gap? What do you think?
どういうふうにと言いますと、
so
その地域の方でまず婦人科と産婦人科が少なくなっている必要があるんですが、定期接種をするようになって厚労省がやっぱ積極的に再開を
they have started with the regular vaccinations. So LHMW is more proactive. So now the clinic is all carrying this vaccine. So if the central government take a move, and then the local clinic will move. So I think that works.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
はい、では、
So
高倉さんいかがですか。
高倉さん。
今いろいろお話を伺って
So listening to all of you talk.
まあ本当に
And what I felt is that This is so there are many topics that I talk about for the first time. So the working women and mothers as well, and the younger women. Not knowing is the most challenging one about their bodies, and there's less of an opportunity for them to know about their body more, and also there's no opportunity for them to talk about it because they believe they're healthy, but if something goes wrong and they don't know where to go or what to look for. I think there are so many people who are in that kind of a situation. And a friend of mine also be very active and healthy, but as she grow old and enter into the menopausal age and lost enthusiasm and stop going to work. And so there are so many the male co-workers and colleagues, so she didn't have anyone to talk to and did not explain anything about to anyone and just stopped going to office. So she just was removed from the important project, and then she changed jobs ultimately. And so whether she went to a clinic or not, no. So she thinks that she will feel better on the next day. And so all these are small things. So there's so many like her. In my circle. So raising awareness of those challenges relevant to the women's health and body, in order for them to be active, they have to be healthy. And this is the first time for me that there is places like this talk about this kind of issue, and everyone is having a problem and also seriously thinking about how to address this issue. So as we pursue the solution, there's always a person that we could go to. So first we need to know where to go to if you have a problem. And the sexual education or the education on the female body or the body of human, both gender, I think that could also be enhanced by knowing the issue or the state of where we are.
Right, so the education starting from the school days, that's one important thing. But another concern is that information that people have is not updated. So it's really important that we provide opportunities for people to be able to learn the most updated information even after leaving the school. And so how enterprises and then a corporate leadership can provide those opportunities. And then again, not leaving it to individual females to be responsible party to be informing. Any ideas, Simone-san, about this?
Yeah, so, well, I would have maybe said two proposals, Sugara-san. One is maybe more focused around what can we do as big or small enterprises to encourage more progress, and then also maybe a proposal also on the government side. I gave a couple of examples like breast cancer, migraine, Alzheimer. As a big corporation, of course, we also try to create this environment internally for us. So we have started with a migraine club, as we call. So we're bringing in migraine patients to share with our employees and discuss openly the burden. What they experience, and with that, as I shared earlier, to create an environment in which people first of all understand what the issue is, the consequences of that, and feel encouraged also in our work environment to have open conversations around that, specifically training supervisors about the impact and how do you deal with a colleague, with a woman with severe migraine illness. So that's one of the examples, and we have diversity, invisible diversity workshops with employees and supervisors also, because a lot of these health issues are invisible, and we need to bring them out. Now, I assume there are a lot of companies across Japan who maybe have similar initiatives, so I think it would be good for somebody like the government look into all of these examples and create a shared learning best practice platform to enable all of that, and maybe also make this part of a woman Honobuto. So that would be one proposal. The other one going back to the conversation we had on Alzheimer again, it's it's a huge challenge for Japan, no doubt. And I think if we want to make sure that we also address the challenges women have within this, either as a patient or as a caregiver, I think there needs to be some fundamental society change on how to address that. Now, for the many, many years, which, for example, our company has been in research on Alzheimer for 30 years, slow progress on innovation because it's a difficult disease. But now innovation in biomarker treatment and innovative treatment is evolving quickly. So I think it would be important for the government to, first of all, really recognize the impact Alzheimer's and dementia has on Japanese women here in the country. And then once that recognition is done, as we always know, then actions, activities, policy starts building. But first of all, it starts with the recognition of the significant burden Japanese women are carrying as today when it comes to Alzheimer's and dementia. And also making sure when we have that recognition, there is a dementia basic bill out there, which is just being discussed as we speak. And integrating this recognition and action plans to address that, I think would be very important. Thank you.
島根さんありがとうございます。
Thank you very much,
一つ目の中でおっしゃっていた社内で片頭痛のバーデンを共有するクラブがあるっていうでバーデンを共有するって結構重要かなと思っていて一人一人やっぱりその女性の健康課題って
when it comes to the health issue, it's a situation differ from one person to another. So one may think this is only happening to me, or this is just something that I can just should be ignoring. I think that is risky. So sharing and burden or information or the data or technology, using those things, and it's very useful so that people do not hold those problems just to themselves. From that perspective, I would like to change the topic to technology. Amina-san, so with the existing technology, and so how can you eliminate the women that just hold on to the problem just to themselves? So removing the problem, well, for instance, the health issue of women, so without noticing that is a challenge to them, they sometimes ignore them, or they don't think this problem is not as serious, so they don't go to anyone for consultation. There are so many women like that. And so, like making diagnosis using technology or like using data, and something that they can recognize as this is serious, or it has to get access to a medical treatment or a clinic. Are there something that available? Well, there are so many things, but without using technology, for instance. And so, like there's absorption sheets for the menstrual management, and also the cup to do the management. And so, the hundreds of the people who know about this is it going to be a leakage? But it will leak. And so, of course, this is the cup for the menstrual bleeding. There is the limits to how much it could hold. And if you're bleeding more than that, and of course it will leak. And so, do you know how much you bleed every day when you are in a period? So 100% of people don't know. Also the size of a uterus. And so the most of the women don't know. And so without using the technology, well, if they are exposed to something, stimulate their thinking, and then I think that will raise their awareness. And so what is happening in our market is the pregnancy and menopause and the period. There's so many steps taken by the companies, and so the viscosity of the discharge, and by judging of that, and you can predict how well you could pregnant, and by placing using the sensor on the belly, and then the vital of the mother and then the unborn child can be checked. So based upon thousands and thousands of database, you can predict when the birth is going to happen. And so it is a silo by company, so it's difficult. But if you can combine or aggregate as a one database, and for instance, the dementia was mentioned earlier. That is, the dementia is after the menopause. So also osteoporosis is also different. So after the menopause. So the data from the young generation of the women may not be relevant. So it's a different phase. But from the first period to pregnancy and fertility treatment and so on and so on. So this kind of tendency may have more tendencies to get the pregnant or osteoporosis and so on. I think that is the best way to use the database going forward. Thank you. So it doesn't have to be heavily dependent on high technology, is what you have started, but also the analyzing the big data. And so addressing the each individual health issue that can be also been done, but apart from the female, and you could also address the challenge of more of a wider audience, or the potentiality for things to be removed from the social world is also something that you could do.
Right, so apologies for not being able to have opportunity for to hear everybody, but Fukuda-san, please. Right, thank you for this opportunity. So this is about our own body and sexuality, and I need the end. I think that what we need to bring is the end of the taboo about our body and to talk about our body and sexuality. And so the comprehensive sex education is really important. And if we see the education guidance that's created around the world, the age 5 is the earliest, and as early as 5 is when all those curriculums are telling us to start educating, and then it starts off with the study of the human rights. If you think that you are not comfortable something being done on your body, that you need to speak out, and if you find something unsure, you need to reach out to somebody. That needs to be the first point that we educate the kids. And another important is to provide a good access to education. Takakura-san's been saying that athletes not knowing where to go to. The youth clinic in Sweden, this is catering the free private honored the clinic, and there are 250 in that small country, Sweden. And when we are second grade in elementary school, junior high school kid, all of us actually go to the clinic once together, and so you will know that these clinics will be there. And then the doctor will tell students that you can come for any concerns, any topics related to the body. So some people would go for the concerns around a period or pregnancy. Some people would go with the troubles that they have about in family, and that actually kind of educate people to be able to take great care of themselves or the concerns that they have around their mental state or the physical state. And then when people are exposed to these kind of opportunities while they're young, when they confront some issues when they become older, they know that that they can take actions, and then they will know that there are certain places that they can go, and my body, my choice, be really experienced, and that they will people will have the actual experience which tells them that they have control of their life, they have control of their body, and then that kind of sentiment is really important for us to be able to feel that we're valued by society, we're valued by others. We're not just equal. We're not just the piece, the pawn in this chess. Yes, we are a very vital part of the society. There's coming from those education being done, so we need to invest in sexual education provided to the kids and providing access to those places, even while people are young.
And because of my time management, poor time management, sorry for rush through the last part of the session, but there are many good suggestions made. And so, Mr. Jimmy, what do you think? Thank you very much. And so I am the Parliamentary Vice Minister of the Cabinet Office. I'm a pediatrician. And so today and in April next year, and so the Child and Family Agency is to be established in April. And also under the Minister Ogura, I'm also part of Gender Equality Bureau of Cabinet Office. And Mr. Sakamoto, thank you very much for moderating this session, and thank you for your active participation or voicing your opinion. Thank you very much first. And on top of that, so today's theme is women's health and economy. And so each one of you do share with us as excellent insight. And what Fukuda-san said is also inspiring, meaning that women's health and economy, when we think about that, micro and macro perspective needs to be converged. That is what is important. So comprehensive sexuality education is one, but the self-awareness and empowerment, and that sense needs to be instilled in individuals, especially among women. Whether or not they can have that is very important. And so also economic independence and health literacy was mentioned by Imamura-san. So knowing, in the know, is also very crucial. And as I heard, and Takakura-san talk about the where to go, where to get consultation, and Dr. Son talk about the accessing a professional service, and youth clinic was also mentioned. Venue and a place to share information, whether as a society we can create such a forum, is a challenge that the Kishida administration needs to address. And so, and the presence of a female on the decision-making forum, and also the supervisor of the vaccination cervical cancer studies April, and the politicians work hard to restart regular vaccination for the prevention of cervical cancer. And I'm one of the female policymaker, and in this capacity, I would like to reflect what you have mentioned to our policy making. And also, we have a child basic law, and the 15th of June, this is the instigated or come into force, and it's included in the pregnancy and giving birth. This is a child basic law, but it also includes youth and children, and also includes pregnancy. And not just the local government, but each individual citizens and businesses are also relevant to this. And so today's topic is women's health and economy, macro and micro perspective, vertical and horizontal axis. We understood about this, and children's basic law is something that you should be mindful about. And lastly, Amina-san also mentioned that about the technology. Technology is important. So direct communication is accelerated due to the COVID. So each one of us may not have access to this kind of information, but now it's available. And so social and economic activities, and that is the women's economic independence is a main part of the new form of capitalism, and I hope that this will be further accelerated with this as the good impetus. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you, Jimmy, for your comment.
I think she elegantly wrapped up the what we discussed in this as a room, and then in the closing session, which is about to come, we will be reporting back what we discussed in this room with Fukuda-san. So I will discuss with Okuda-san how to compress and summarize our discussion. It would be really great if you can listen to that and to see how this discussion has been fed back to the main stage. And I'd like to once again thank all the panelists and audience for your participation. Thank you very much.